iteration of TEDxIIIT Bangalore. This is the first time we are going virtual because a pandemic shouldn't be a reason why great minds can't spread great ideas. Earl Nightingale once rightly said, everything begins with an idea. So let's open our minds to some great ideas and start this event. I would like to request our director, Professor S. Sadagopan, to speak a few words.
Welcome to the third edition of TEDxIIITB. Over the years, the events have been getting bigger with more speakers, better with marquee speakers, and special people like our own alum. It means a lot for a young institute like IIITB. This year's event has the maximum diversity, a space scientist to a portrait photographer, a product designer to a lake conservationist, a cybersecurity expert to a criminal psychologist, and a woman tech lead who is our own alum. I'm sure you will not be disappointed. A big thank you from my own behalf and on behalf of the Institute to the very distinguished speakers for taking time to join, and to the equally distinguished audience. COVID-19 has forced us to look at the online medium. While it introduces more challenges, it opens up new opportunities too. Many more could join, that too from the comfort of their homes. Enjoy the program that is even more special on the Teacher's Day.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful remarks. I know that the most awaited day has finally arrived and all of you are eagerly waiting to listen to our speakers. But before we start, let's hear from our organizer Mansa, without whom this day wouldn't have been possible. So I request our organizer Mansa Kashyap to speak a few words.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the third iteration of TEDxIIIT Bangalore. This year has been an unprecedented one. Initially, we had all planned to hold an event in August, but due to these circumstances, we couldn't. The entire team was in a dilemma whether to hold a virtual event or postpone it until things get better. We all knew the challenges we would face if we held a virtual event. But at the same time, we realized that holding a TEDx event and spreading new and positive ideas during times like these is of utmost importance. So we took a bold decision and decided to have a virtual event. Through our event, we hope to create a community and spread ideas there. This time, we have a lineup of 7 amazing speakers who will be talking about things not a lot of us know about. The talks have been well curated and diversified, so there's something for each one of you out there to take back after the event. We also have a live interaction with the speakers, and I promise you, you'll have a great time communicating with them. So guys, I hope you have a great time and enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansa. Hold on to your seats for our next speaker. Lakshya manages the Women's Tech Maker program in India. She's a data science enthusiast building tech expertise in machine learning and Google Cloud. She has received the Women in AI Leadership Award by Analytics India magazine and is a Genomics Lead Like a Girl Fellow. She enjoys nurturing communities and empowering women to join, thrive, and lead in the tech industry.
I get emails from someone for New Year and Diwali. No, it's not a bot, it's Ashok. Ashok was a helper at TEIIT Bangalore and a participant in one of my first projects with Google Student Club. I was helping him learn how to use emails, and this was 8 years back when smartphones were not too popular. So we got together one Saturday afternoon and created an email ID for him. I must admit, he was a quick learner. And years after I left the institute, I still get emails wishing me Happy New Year or Happy Diwali or just Hello ma'am, how are you? The joy of receiving that email is like a surprise dropping into your mailbox every once in a while. My journey with communities started with this experience. and I went on to learn and do multiple things as part of communities. It helped me interact with a lot of people, right from the housekeeping staff all the way to the director. I guess that's where my passion for communities got ingrained. All of us at some point have been part of groups with shared interest. It could be a music or a sports or a photography club at college, or a technical community nearby, or an employee resource group at your workplace. It could also be a spiritual or a hobby group in your society. Everyone associates a different feeling by being part of communities. For some, it could mean a sense of shared identity and purpose. For some, it could be emotional connect or friendship. I even have a few friends calling it family. For me, it is a sense of belonging. A few weeks after I graduated, a friend of mine reached out to me to lead the BL Android community, which is the Bangalore Android User Group. For those who don't know, it's a tech community with people interested in building mobile applications. I immediately said a yes to him, and since then, there has been no looking back. My purpose behind the yes was to meet new people. And for those who know me, I derive a lot of energy from people. But what also came along was a set of responsibilities, weekends spent in hosting and speaking at events, and the responsibility to figure out what does it take to run and build great communities. You need the right audience. You need to identify their needs and check what value you're going to be adding to them each time. Most importantly, you need to be able to do this consistently well. I also remember many of my friends asking me, what is it that you get by being part of communities? Do they pay you? I said, well, no, but let's see what unfolds. It's only years later that I understood the profound impact that communities have had on me. Through the community, I got a chance to apply to a public speaking training which was hosted by one of the leading public speaking agencies in San Francisco called Speechless. Post the training, we were taught to record our own story, and my talk, along with two other friends, got featured on the Google Developers YouTube channel. This was in 2014. I felt a deep sense of accomplishment, and I still remember my parents showing that video to friends and relatives for almost a year. Through my community contribution, I was also given an opportunity to travel to Google I/O on an all-expense paid trip. Google I/O is Google's annual developer conference, and this was in 2016. I remember sitting in one of the front rows with my friend Arya, watching the keynote live, listening to Sundar Pichai releasing products like Allo, Duo, and even launching the new Google Home. The exposure, the listening to the experts about latest technologies, and meeting people from different countries and cultures were all fascinating. While I spent my weekends for almost about 2.5 years hosting and participating in various communities, I built relationships with people I would have never met if not for communities. I started realizing and understanding the value of strength of weak ties. I would make it a point to go and say a hello to everyone, hoping that they would remember me the next time we met. I also spent some of my free time in upskilling myself around the topics of data science. Based on my community experience, I was contacted to lead the Women Techmakers program for India. It was an extremely tough call for me to let go of my dream job in the field of data science and choose to lead communities. But I decided to take the plunge because I could foresee myself changing the lives of individuals with this role. I must admit, I was confused and scared of the unknowns that lay ahead. And just figuring out how to lead communities at a national scale. The program was at a very nascent stage back then, and there was a lot of work to be done. I was fortunate to have some great mentors and friends who supported me in this transition. I built connections even beyond work and meetings. In 3 years, I managed to touch about 17,000 members in India and scale the program from 8 ambassadors in India to 58 today. This experience has taught me a lot about courage, empathy, and resilience. Fast forward 2020, COVID presented us with a lot of challenges, but also a set of opportunities. To me, it meant running the biggest virtual summit across India for International Women's Day. What is usually a physical 1 day summit with about 300 women attending had to now go virtual seamlessly. So, with about 3 weeks of preparation, 35 communities decided to come together to put together this event. Right from putting together a team to designing the website to figuring out the tech infrastructure, designing creatives to promoting that event on social media, we had to do it all. I took up the role of program managing this event, and through that experience got to work with some amazing people across the depth and breadth of this country. We all had our strengths and we decided to play by it. There was a lot of work to be done, a lot of collaboration and communication, a solid plan in place, and it was important to get the organizing team motivated throughout this journey. We managed to tick all those boxes and ended up reaching about 11,000 attendees across 76 countries. But what stuck the most with members of the organizing team was the bond that we built with each other in less than a month. We understood each other more at a personal level. We accepted each other with our strengths and weaknesses. And we became the strongest advocates of each other's success. That's the magic that can be weaved in with communities. What's even more gratifying is to hear the stories that people share with you while you work so closely with them. There are many instances that remind me time and again the power of communities and the impacts that it has on our minds and hearts. I want to share with you stories of a few people that I've had the absolute privilege to be working with through this community experience. The first story I want to tell you is about finding your voice. Meet Dhruva from Ahmedabad, Purnima from Kozhikode, Varsha from Jalandhar, and Aditi from Indore. While they belong to different parts of this country, they had one thing in common. They would stay small and hidden around a group of people and would hesitate to give out their opinions. But by spending about a couple of years with communities, each of them got transformed for good. Today, they do not have the fear of being judged when they put out their perspectives. Sometimes they even convince me on why their idea is better than mine. And I get absolute joy in looking at these women growing from strength to strength. The second story I want to tell you is about empowerment. Meet Ananya, who is a community organizer at the Bangalore chapter. She joined the communities a few years back and got deeply involved with her community, not expecting too much in return. I was speaking to her one day very recently, and she told me how much she owed her current role to her community experience because that's where she built her soft skills and got exposed to real technology. Today, she is doing a role that many of us in the tech industry aspire for. She calls herself a developer experience engineer. When communities can play such a key role in providing economic opportunities along with the exposure and experience, it's certainly worth a try, isn't it? The third story is about hope. Meet Raj from Jalandhar, one of the most passionate community organizers that I know of. I once asked him, Rich, why do you do what you do for communities? And he said, Lakshya, I really want to support, help, and mentor people because that is a luxury that I did not have. And his answer really touched me. Another community champion, Senthil, hails from Madurai. While Madurai is extremely popular for its temples, it also houses some great tech professionals. However, given its geography, there's a dearth of exposure to communities there. Language is sometimes a barrier too. So Senthil, based out of Bangalore, would take the pain to travel to his hometown on weekends to lead local communities there. What's even more heartening is to see him translating a few of the talks and event summaries to his local language so that more people can understand and benefit from this community experience. These instances make me feel that we are progressing towards building great leaders and stronger communities. Over the last few years, I have been part of many communities, student communities, technical communities, women in tech communities. Reflecting on my own community experience, this has been an extremely fulfilling experience for me. I have learned to lead with my head and my heart, and along the way have got an opportunity to work with some amazing people. Creating a motivated, confident tribe of women supporting other women is what gets me to work every day. And I can tell you in a nutshell that communities allow you to empower others around you, and in the process, you also empower yourself. So find your interest group. With that self interest, you can learn, grow, and share together with like minded individuals with very similar interests but diverse perspectives. It can pave way for you to become a better leader, a better teammate, or even a better person. For all you know, it might help you find a new job, or a new mentor, or a new co founder for your next venture, or a friend for life. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the people who have stood by me through this journey. My support system, my friends from the communities, your support and encouragement is what inspires me every day to pay it forward. You get me going. At the beginning, I spoke to you about different feelings being associated for different people when we think of communities. When I asked a few community professionals on what comes to their mind, here are a few answers that I got. And I'm sure many of you can relate to some of these words and phrases. As I sign off, I wish you more power to build and participate in communities that will enable you to find your voice, get empowered, or be instrumental in paying it forward, or all of the above.
Thank you very much, Lakshya, for giving us a new perspective about communities. It was truly insightful. All of you have an opportunity to get your questions answered by Lakshya. That'll happen on a different stream. The link to that stream is in the description below. Welcome back, viewers. I'm extremely pleased to introduce our next speaker for today. Our next speaker is a renowned criminal psychologist. She has been invited by leading newspapers and news channels to provide her input on issues ranging from violence on women to women empowerment. She has also received a number of awards for her contribution to society. To provide assistance to victims, she also set up an NGO called Nirbhaya Ek Shakti. Recently, she was launched by the Z Media House as a protagonist in the crime series Sheena Investigates. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Anuja Kapoor.
So I welcome you all for my TEDx talk on my idea related to MPD. MPD is multiple personality disorder. MPD was been as a core knowledge for everybody. Now the topic has been changed, or the name has been changed to dissociative identity disorder. I think you all have seen till now the Amazon series, which was related to this dissociative identity disorder. I will call as DID. Now, when we were talking about Abhishek Bachchan, where he played this role of a split personality, but here he just had two personalities, which is a classic example of two personalities, and breathe into the shadows. And outside, we know the person who has been a legend of DID with 24 personalities is Billy Milligan. And I think a lot of people, about this guy, and it's amazing. Lot of many books have come up on him, on his various personalities, and it's really amazing how a human being, has so many alter personalities in that person. So to start with, when we talk about multiple personality. Now, what do you understand by a multiple personality? Multiple personality here means that a person with many kind of personalities together. And here, when the in one person, you can have two personalities, or you can have 24 of them. We were talking about this multiple personality. Now, when we are talking about this personality, in one person, like this is one personality, and you're looking and you're talking to one person. You know, this Anuja has one way of talking, one way of sitting, one way of communicating. She has a particular kind of an eating habit, sleeping habit. Like, you know me the way I am, and the people who are connected with me also knows me. But what happens is, sometimes when this personality is divided, and this gets divided into many other alter personalities. Alter means it's like you are not the one, but this body is there, but another personality which you don't know will come and take it over. Now, when the other personality will come and take it over, my accent can get diverted. There can be, I may not be speaking German, but I know German. But this is something which I know, and it is there in me, and my body language would be very different. I can even stoop. I can have a great personality with my shoulders wide up. Now, when we talk about this, how the alter personalities which get developed is because when in childhood, the person is somehow been traumatized to such an extent that the injury related to the trauma in the mind has created this kind of a problem. In his mind or in her mind, the person is not being able to sustain that trauma, sustain that injury, to get one person protect itself. They switch to a different alter personality who will protect that particular host, because I will become a host and then the other personalities are here, which is very correctly been given. If you look in Ravana, they have talked about the heads. So you can very well see, it means these are the personalities which can come in me. I can have another personality which cannot be the emotions. Now, what happened is the host is there, and this host is not being able to cope up with the injuries, the extreme trauma that person is going through. Now, that trauma can be a physical abuse, an extreme physical abuse, which you see in Billy Milligan. He was being tortured to such an extent by his stepfather that where he was being, on toes, he was being suffocated when he was he was asked to stand on a toes and he was being suffocated. If he put his toe down, he might die with a rope around. Secondly, he was being brutally sodomized. When he was being brutally sodomized, here he's just a child, and another dominant personality of the other person is putting this injury and trauma of that child to such an extent that he cannot no more cope up. Because he cannot cope up, what is happening is they are converting themselves into another personality so that they can fight back with that person. During the initial period, the child is subjected to this brutality. It is emotional, it is psychological, it is sexual, it is physical. The whole thing is there with that person. Now, to fight back and so that no more of physical injury can come to that person or he's subjected to that person, the person takes that switch. Now, this switch, when it comes in the starting, these are called as an episodes. Now, when these episodes are there for a very, very short while in the starting, but then over the period of time, whenever there is a negative stimuli which is coming from outside and or a positive stimuli which comes from outside, the personalities change accordingly. The personality change, because if suppose that person who has given that tremendous trauma to that child or the person or that host, the child will turn itself for that particular stimuli which is getting from outside to him, that the child will turn its alter energy. There will be a switch to deal with that personality, the other opposite side, to deal with that person, so that this host, all personalities will do their best to protect the host. So that is why they switch into many other personalities which we've seen in Billy Milligan. Many other personalities. There was also a lady also in there. But in Billy Milligan, we have seen that the whole of this personality was being guided and fused by one person, the teacher. The one personality was there in him was called as the teacher. The teacher was the one who actually fused these all personalities together into one, and he was the one, that personality was the one which was dominant and was helping all the others and was also telling which one has to go out, which one doesn't has to go. Now people are more comfortable in talking about it in psychology words. They now want to understand their own personality, and this is how it goes. So what we have to see is, when this host is weak, this is where victimology comes. When this host is weak, does every victim gets converted itself or have an alter personality? No. Because it depends upon the personality to personality. It depends upon the person who will be changing into a DID. For this, the pressure and the host personality has to be in such a way that they can have alter personalities in them. Yes, the treatments are there, and that treatment is called as a talk therapy. The person is asked to talk, which is called as psychodynamic therapy. And here, the patient is being asked to keep talking and talk about their past traumatic experiences and how and why the experiences are being there and what is happening during those periods. this is one of the treatment which they talk about, the psychodynamic therapy, where they just keep talking about it. And then it is called as an EMDR. EMDR is another process where an eye movement desensitization representation has been happening, where the patient is asked to move the eye continuously from one way to the another, so that, and then speak about their past traumas. And then we have this cognitive behavioral therapy. Here in this cognitive behavioral therapy, we focus about the person having the trauma, the past trauma in which the person was. They talk about that trauma, and then they talk about future. How to deal with the same trauma in future. So this is the way cognitive. You deal with the trauma in future. How do you deal with it? This is a cognitive behavioral therapy which we're talking about, which is very helpful, because you're being asked and trained to talk about future rather than going into a past. One thing which is very much clear in this is in multiple personality disorders or DID, when we talk about DID, dissociative identity disorder, here the person gets dissociative. The person gets disconnected. Disconnected from where? The person gets disconnected from the real yourself. The person gets disconnected for a short period of time when the alters are taking place, because the alter does not know the host itself. And there they just get disconnected, and there is a time lapse. The host would not know when the alter is happening. Okay, because whenever there is a threatening position which is coming up and the alter does not know what is happening, they just switch. When they're switching, the host does not know. And it is rare. This is what happens during the therapies when these personalities are coming up in front of you. They are the camera has been on. And that is the time when the cameras are on and the personalities are coming up, the camera records it. And when the camera records it, it has been shown to the host. That is called as the fusing time. So how you fuse the personalities together, and that is the time you fuse all the personalities together into one and try to understand and let the host know. The host, because the problem is the host actually does not understand this memory lapse. What is happening to me? And how this is happening to me? This memory lapse is killing that person. So when we talk about the various other dissociative disorders in this, so we are talking about one I told you about DID, that is dissociative, when there is a dissociative identity disorder, and the second is dissociative amnesia. When we talk about dissociative amnesia, amnesia is basically related to the memory lapse. This is when we're talking about that there is a memory lapse, and and the person can have a normal conversation, but here the trauma which happened with that person is at the back of his in a subconscious memory, and because it is there in the subconscious memory, the person has really put a hold or a bolt outside it. The person does not want or bring that memory forward. This trauma has led to this altered personality. This memory is a lapse. It is there inside the mind. How can they regenerate it? It is happening when they're sleeping, okay? They're having, or when they're sitting somewhere, they have this sudden kind of a memory, flashbacks come, and the person does not know what's happening. This is memory flashbacks, and also there are memory flashbacks for the alter personalities. Whatever they have done, sometimes it comes in a host, because the same person is doing. So this subconscious is the same, but they come into a memory. This memory lapse comes into a memory flashbacks. So this is where when we talk about a dissociative amnesia, they're having these flashbacks. They do not know what is it. They're having these episodes. They do not know how they can come forward. And where is the time which leads when during those time of an alter personalities when they are taking over. So when switching is taking over, they do not know what is it. So this leads to dissociative fatigue in that person. a dissociative fatigue happens in that person because of this dissociative amnesia. Because of this dissociative amnesia, and the person is not able to understand why and how this person is having this dissociative amnesia, and there is a sudden memory lapse. And when we talk about the last disorder, which many people are, because not everybody has a DID, Sometimes you also have a dissociative amnesia. Sometimes you also have a depersonalization, derealization disorder. So then we call as DPD-DR. So we are talking about DPDR is a depersonalization and a derealization disorder. In DPD-DR, the person is, in this alter, the person is not talking about or having a memory lapse. Here, the person does not have a memory lapse. There is this realization which is there. He is there in his own world. He is there in his own world, and where he feels that the things exist or not. Is this a real world? This is a paranoid delusion. This is basically which happens in a paranoid delusion. And this frontal lobe, which is there, which we call as a prefrontal lobe. I'm talking about this prefrontal lobe, which is actually gives you a psychopath, a meticulous person who actually does and premeditate everything. You cannot catch this person. Ted Bundy and all are the examples. This prefrontal lobe, if the activity in this prefrontal lobe is depending upon the activity, will tell you the person is a psychopath or a sociopath, is a hot-blooded murderer or a cold-blooded murderer. How do you see a person is a cold-blooded? When there is a meticulous kind of a thing, a planning is being done, and where there is a hot-blooded is the person who is short-tempered and who is basically the prefrontal lobe, the activity or the oxygen or the blood level which is there around, which when compared with an MRI with a normal person is very different. So when we are talking about DPDR, you actually you do not, because it is not an identity crisis. It is just this that and there is not amnesia also. There is no amnesia that there is a memory lapse. It's just this that you feel stressful, and we always talk about, the symptoms are, where you are, you think that it's a different you. It's not you, it's a different you, and you're not in this real world because it's derealization. So in DPDR, this is that in you are not a person, you are somebody else, but there is no hallucinations which is happening. It's just this that you do not believe in the present. You do not believe what is happening in the present, and there is no memory lapse, and there is nothing, no identity disorder here which is happening, where you feel because there is an alter personalities and I don't know which identity I belong to. It is just this that the person does not believe in the real things which are happening. You believe in virtuality, or you believe in some other world. So here you're dreaming, but you are in your own world and you do not know, but you're sitting in and you're talking, but you're not there. You're not present. Look, everybody wants to go ahead in life, basically. That is why we are all talking about this. Because why alter personalities come up in you? Because you want to protect the host. Why? Because the host is very weak. Because of being weak, so many problems has occurred in that person's life, and because the person must have been delusioned, or the person at that period of time when the trauma started was not that mature enough. Physically, the person was not that mature enough, and physically could not fight back. What else that child could have done is like he switched. He believed, and then he made this. This other alter XYZ name is more stronger, and you will see that in Billy Milligan, you must have seen there is a definite body which comes up in him. He's slender, and then there is a body in him. There his eyes pops out. He looks like a killer. This all is alter. So I would just say that it is sad. It is sad that when a person has to leave his very soul and that host has to take a help from the other alter personalities to become and complete itself as one. So thank you so much, IIIT Bangalore, for bringing me on board, and I hope this brings a bit of a clarity on dissociative identity disorder.
Thank you, Anuja, for providing us with those insights into the human psychology. Now, you can head on over to the live stream to get a chance to interact with her. Our next speaker believes superheroes and cybersecurity experts have much in common. He is a black hat speaker, a GREM certified malware analyst, a Cisco Security Ninja black belt, and Reddit speaker. A die-hard Batman fan, he runs a program known as Being Robin, where he mentors students to be cybersecurity experts. So please join me in welcoming Shyam Sundar Ramaswami.
Hi, welcome to my TEDx talk. Can a couch potato save the digital world? We're going to see how a couch potato can save this digital world. Why cybersecurity? Well, I'm very, very passionate about cybersecurity. And there's one reason: it's complicated. Usually cybersecurity or cybersecurity related problems or investigation is usually complicated. So whatever is probably complicated is my passion, because I love solving them. I love breaking down complex things into very simple ones. That's the basic quality for a cybersecurity investigator, because when you start investigating, everything looks wow, massive. How am I going to do it? But if I probably start taking things one by one, unknot one by one, untie each knot one by one, then that's probably breaking down complex things into simple. Well, unyielding, lot of clues plus little common sense is basically called as cyber forensics. So, if you see in this picture, there's Spider-Man. Probably I never became a cyber investigator or superhero just because a spider probably bit me. Observe these two connections. Bruce Wayne, Batman, Tony Stark, Iron Man. They had a lot of money, but they really worked towards it. to be the superhero. That's probably motivating to me, even though it's fiction. It's motivating because you need skills, develop those skills first of all, find a path, and then probably work towards that goal relentlessly. So that's what probably I did. I took inspiration from these guys, and you need a lot of skills and hard work and thinking and a little bit of common sense to be a cybersecurity investigator, and here I am. So let's cut the chase. What is the digital world? Technology plus human beings and devices is basically the comprises of a digital world. It's us with our gadgets and everything is the digital world. Now, what if I told you that congratulations, you're part of the digital world and you're prone to get cyber attacked at some point of time? It's the harsh truth, but I'll tell you why. Look at this. This is called as a threat landscape. You see a computer there, right? And a mobile phone on the screen right now. There are endless possibilities that you can probably do with a mobile phone and a laptop or a computer. What? Surf the internet, watch movies, make net banking transactions, play games, listen to music, send emails, do office work, do Skype calls, do anything, right? Endless possibilities. Now, this device is probably connected to the internet, right? Without internet, we are nothing today. So the internet is a good and a bad place to live, right? So it's got the dark side of things also. Now, this is the threat landscape. The more the devices that you have in your house that connects to the internet, the more you are prone to get cyber attacked. How? For example, if I probably get an email which says reset your password, I could probably click on it and then lose my password, right? And similarly, what if you give away your Facebook account details somewhere by mistake? You get pranked somewhere, right? You do the good things by doing shopping, doing net banking transactions, but you are also prone to get attacked. That is because we have increasing number of devices that are connecting to the internet today. So what is this digital world and pandemic scenes? Everybody knows about this pandemic scenes, right? The last 6 to 7 months have been pretty tough. It's a rough sailing, to be honest, but we're all hanging in there and a lot of people are doing their duties. But cyber attackers usually take advantage of such scenes. Now, how has this digital world changed in this pandemic scene? Like pre-pandemic and post-pandemic for digital world, probably it's a worthy comparison. So cyber attacks are getting deadlier and stealthy, right? They're getting nastier, deadlier, and stealthier. Especially in this COVID phase, they've become deadly and stealthy. There are some reasons behind it. What could be the reason? Us, humans. Now, humans are the most weakest link in a cybersecurity chain. How? For example, let's take this. If someone probably comes to you and says, hi, can I have your credit card number, expiry date, and security code? I really want to make a purchase and probably hack your credit card. Would you get phished? No, right? Nobody gives that. But what if I gave you a gift and say, click here to get your lucky draw or open this present to unwrap the small mystery? A surprise is waiting for you. You get tricked, right? That is because of emotions. So human emotions probably comprises of happiness, anxiety, and mainly fear. What you see in the picture is basically fear. Now, this pandemic phase is all about fear. Fear is the biggest weapon that cyber attackers are making use of. And that's how humans are tricked, and there are a lot of cyber attacks happening off late because of fear. Now, this is like a solid example for fear and anxiety, right? Most of us are working from home. Majority of the population, to be honest, are working from home, right? Now, this was like probably somebody gets a message that says $1,000 to help you through the crisis. Probably nobody reads it and then clicks on it. Some people may not click on it, right? But there are some needy people who really want that money, right? On the right, probably you see there's a Fox News that's saying the vaccine is being found for it. So click here to learn more about it. Definitely the people who are scared or really need that break would probably do that, right? You never know. Now, this is fear and anxiety. Now, what if I told you, click here to give me your credit card details? Nobody would probably do it. That's how you're getting tricked, using fear and anxiety. Threat actors are making you play this game in this pandemic phase. Now, before we go deep dive into our talk, we need to understand one thing. What's malware? There's no rocket science behind it. Malware is very simple. It's a computer program. Basically, it takes an input and gives you an output back. How do I put this? Let's take a chocolate machine, chocolate manufacturing machine. You put the ingredients into it, boom, you have chocolate outside, right? Because you gave an input to the machine and it gave you an output. Now, watch this. This is I just love doing this. So what is this? Actor, director, script, and action. When they make a movie, usually there's a director or a script writer who writes the script, right? He then goes and teaches the actor how he needs to perform. So the script contains everything. And in order to film a movie, usually there's a clapper there that somebody says action, rolling, right? That's basically how a movie is filmed. This is what exactly that happens with a cyber attack too. The director is probably the malware creator, someone who creates the malware. The actor is the malware itself. And the script is nothing but the code inside malware, what the malware is going to do. You know who's the one who says action and cut? It's you. You are the one that activates the malware. How? We'll probably talk about how you, the human, activates the malware. Pandemic trend in cybersecurity. So there's a trend. Cyber attackers love trends, okay? So they love making use of these trends. They keep looking for, patterns or events that happens in like Twitter, and they keep track of everything. So this pandemic is probably spiked up everywhere and everybody's talking about it, right? We are probably going to talk about those interesting and nasty cyber attacks or patterns that are probably happening in this pandemic phase. First, to solve this, obviously this slide has to come. That's my signature slide saying Batman. You need cyber investigators like us to solve these cyber crimes. How does that happen? Usually, cyber attacks are not common everywhere. Each region has a specific threat and they are heavily obfuscated. Now, what's obfuscation? Very simple, right? You are a birthday boy or a birthday girl, for example. What if I came and gave you the gift to you saying that happy birthday? Well, you'll be happy for sure. But what's the fun in there? If I put tons and tons of paper, gift wrap, materials, and a lot of junk stuff, and then finally I put this teeny tiny gift inside that, well, while you open it, you probably get excited or tensed or happy, right? That's basically obfuscation. I obfuscated the gift. Now that's what threat actors are also doing. They are putting the real malware or the piece of code or the domain name heavily wrapped into chunk content where an investigator like me has to search and earn it and get it, right? So threats in Europe differ from threats in US, threats in US different from threats in India. Let's take this example for this, right? If I say this abc.com, is this the domain name? And then probably this is the malware and this is the I'm bad. So this obviously looks bad. Nobody probably clicks on it. What if I put this into a big chunk code like this? This is obfuscation. When you decode the whole thing, right? When you decode the whole thing, you'll find probably that URL in there. This probably takes a lot of time for attackers, for attackers to do it. But for investigators to solve it, it also takes a lot of time. Time and money are the most important things in a cyber attack decoding, because the more time takes to decode something, the more money loss happens to a company or an individual. Well, you know what? Threat actors like puzzles. So each country has a pattern. I told you, right? Each country varies, has a pattern, cybersecurity pattern, and attack pattern. This is called as a region-specific threat. So I probably found this in one of the investigations when I did. One of the program was probably getting something called as get system locale. Why? The program or the malware is basically checking which country this computer belongs to or which country this user belongs to. Why? Because this is from a famous ransomware attack, okay? Note the small box here. There's a term called 419. There's a word that says, the number that says 419. What is this 419? Why this malware is verifying 419? That is because it checks for the region and country code. If it's 419, it's probably Russia. Well, it's not going to run. Or if it's Russia, it's going to execute, right? So the malware executes or runs based on the country code. So most important thing is Sherlock Holmes time here. What is Sherlock Holmes? I mean, he's one of the biggest detectives that we all know, right? So this is probably some of his patterns that he usually uses to solve cases. As a cyber investigator, you should always maintain that calmness and a lot of common sense and should be probably neutral. I like the code in ciphers, and this pandemic phase of threads had a lot of code in ciphers. Let's go take a look at it. Now, as I told you, right, what if I had an Excel sheet that has got a lot of malware code or an exe or some domain name in it, right? Today's intrusion detection and prevention systems have the capability to scan through it, right? So they can scan inside it and find, yeah, and you know what? This looks like a URL or a domain name which looks suspicious and can block it. So to fool or delay these investigations, attackers in this pandemic phase have put a lot of junk and jumbled text, which when assembled together later, probably gives you the real domain name it talks to. Now, what exactly is this? What happens is once you open this Excel sheet, you will download the malware because you are the actor who says action and you are opening the sheet, the macro in it, which is something like a formula that helps you to automate your tasks, will run and it assembles into the URL and downloads. Now, if the URL was just in this place, I can just look at it and say, hey, this is like a bad domain, discard the document. But this is obfuscated, so you need to decode this to find it. So threat actors usually love puzzles. They really love it. So this is one of the very recent attacks that I was actually decoding. This is basically a Word document which had nothing. But when I put this inside a script editor, like a VBA editor, I found this was having user forms. Now, any intrusion detection or prevention system, when it scans inside the document, cannot find anything meaningful. So it just allows. But it needs a lot of patience. Threat actors love puzzles. Well, so do I. So what I did, I kind of solved this. So I had to drag everything and then it probably, put in a lot of text boxes, combo boxes, and each of the values were present here. You know what happened? Now, when the user opens the document, the malware had a code which comes and calls each of these text boxes and obtains values from it and decodes itself to download the actual malware. Interesting, right? This probably took 4 days for me to decode. So that's how they do it. Usually, when a cyber attack happens, attackers transfer data from infected computers. Don't do this. Probably somebody robs a bank, you have to probably keep the money somewhere, right? Similarly, during a cyber attack, when they take the money out of it, or then take the data out of it, or the picture out of it, or the whatever important stuff from a computer, they have to give it to someone. That is called as a command and control server. Okay, the place or the domain where the attackers give it back is basically called as a command and control. But you know what's the shocking thing in this whole thing? There was no such trace. Okay, this is monitored by network activity, which means if I trace your computer to see where your computer is probably talking to, what domains you're surfing, if you probably tap on your Wi-Fi to see where your traffic is going out, you can probably find out who is responsible for stealing this data, which domain name, and you can probably block it. But in this COVID trace, there was no such trace in this COVID period. Interesting, right? Now, I was just probably thinking about it, saying, how come this is possible? Then Avengers Endgame probably came to my mind. In this particular scene in the movie where Tony Stark and Captain America, they missed their chance to get the Tesseract. So then they figured out that they have to go back in time, and if you see that the Tesseract was hidden in plain eyesight in a small bunker underground, right? That is what came to my mind. When we inspected the traffic, thanks to Brad's traffic analysis screenshot, when we investigated this, we figured out there was a lot of traffic that was actually sending out pictures. Okay? Strange. Why would the malware send out pictures? Or why would someone's computer just keep sending out pictures? Why pictures? Why there were so many pictures going out of from that computer which was infected by malware? Well, steganography. Steganography is the art of concealing information inside a picture. You can put a secret message inside a picture and send it across, which was probably used during the World War times, and secret steganographic messages were sent out as part of military operations. Wow, interesting, right? If it was steganography, it's very hard for a normal intrusion prevention or detection system to identify it, because it was just a normal picture that was probably going out. But when you probably looked into it, well, it had something, all the stolen data from the computers, like phone numbers, details of a computer, pictures at times, and even some passwords were sent out. Now, how do these pictures contain stolen data? I told you, right? That's the best way to exfiltrate the data, is that nobody suspects you. Now, easy peasy, right? If this picture is going to a particular domain name, so for example, like if the attacker is sending to an IP address or a domain name, you can probably find out the culprit, right? So that's the guy who's stealing all your data from your computer via a picture. Well, everybody knows domain names, so say hello to domain names, abc.com, everything is domain names, right? But one thing that probably one should note is 40% of these domain names are compromised, and the owners of these domains do not even know that if it's compromised. This is predominantly the case with small business, small scale business, and small industries. How? Let's see that how. Like, this is like a big network, okay? So make a massive network that pretty hard to crack who is the culprit. Now, take this picture for example, right? This is like a computer store street where you get anything related to computers. Each of these guys have a domain name. They are not owners of the domain name. They are giving it to somebody who is a third party guy to host this. So even if the domain is compromised, they won't even know about it. They continue to do their business because cybersecurity is not their importance, right? Now, these are the kind of domains that get compromised, and whatever you saw, the picture that went to that domain is probably one of these domains. So, oh, I wish this was simple, right? This is really simple. If we know that this is the domain it's going to, you can catch the owner of the domain, and unfortunately, they don't even know that they were compromised. Now, how do we detect such complex attacks? We have a lot of technology, we have a lot of stuff, but something interesting, you have to think out of the box. How do I think out of the box? Why don't we bring in little thermodynamics? I'm not kidding. Let's use entropy. Fascinating, right? Now you'll probably know why we use entropy. Entropy is nothing but, like, probably if I have to explain entropy with an ice cube which is intact, an ice cube which melts have different entropies. Similarly, a picture that's a normal picture is there. That normal picture is a good picture. You have a probably using Shannon's entropy theory. You say you give a score of 5 for it. But what if something is injected into that picture? Well, the entropy score varies, right? It goes up. There we can probably find out saying if the picture is corrupted or the picture is stealing something. There's something inside this picture. We can find it out. The next something is called string and instruction similarities. Usually when a malware runs in a computer, any program that runs in a computer makes use of the operating system and then the instructions in it, right? Each has a calling pattern, right? So when the program is a good program, when it runs, you have a pattern. When a bad program runs, you have some patterns. Historic data of bad programs, you will know what is the program calling, where is the program writing itself into, which folder it's creating, which registry it's doing, which Windows API functions it's calling. Well, if I use string and instruction similarities, I can tell if these two files are related. Well, one thing to note, think. This is all the aftermath, basically, when this thing happens, right? So all of this I'm talking about basically when Thanos snaps his finger. But we could have probably stopped him. How? Think. Think before when someone asks your PIN number, think, why should someone ask my PIN number? Why are they calling me from the bank? They're not supposed to call me, right? And why do I get an email saying this is a document, open it to claim a prize, or open this to pay your credit card dues? I don't even know this email ID. Read the email. Do not open it. Think before you open it. And all of this, you need not probably go outside, sweat and do it. Sit, do this from your couch. All of this can be done from your couch. Always simply observe. This is the key thing that prevents any sort of a cyber attack today. Okay? Simply observe. Okay? Don't feel bad after you click on something, but if you observe and you do not click on something, you're saving a bigger community. Join the league. Let's make this internet a safer place to surf, because we are not the Justice League, but still, because we have a responsibility to keep this internet safe. And all of this can be done from your couch. So, can a couch potato save this digital world? Yes, you can. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shyam. All of us thoroughly enjoyed your talk and also got to learn a lot. Like we've been doing, all of you can interact with Shyam in an alternate discussion stream and get all of your questions answered. The link to that discussion stream is in the description below. I assume all of you are having a wonderful time listening to our speakers and being a part of the discussions. And I'm very excited to tell you that there are more of such amazing talks lined up for today. But before we proceed, let's refresh ourselves a little bit. We often turn to music and songs to escape from the chaos of our everyday lives, to take mind to its happy place. With that thought in mind, I would like to invite Kirtana for a musical performance.
तू ही तो जन्नत मेरी, तू ही मेरा जुनून, तू ही तो मन्नत मेरी, तू ही रूह का सुकून, तू ही आँखों की ठंडक, तू ही दिल की है दस्तक। और कुछ ना जानूं मैं, बस इतना ही जानूं, तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा, मैं क्या करूं। तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा, मैं क्या करूं। सजदे सर झुकता है यारा, मैं क्या करूं। तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा, मैं क्या करूं। कैसी है ये दूरी, कैसी मजबूरी, मैंने नजरों से तुझे छू लिया। ओहो कभी तेरी खुशबू, कभी तेरी बातें, बिन मांगे जहाँ पा लिया। तू ही दिल की है रौनक, तू ही जन्मों की दौलत। और कुछ ना जानो, बस इतना ही जानूं, तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा, मैं क्या करूं। तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा, मैं सजदे सर झुकता है यारा मैं क्या करूं, तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा मैं क्या करूं। रब ने बना दी जोड़ी छम छम आए मुझे तरसाए, तेरा साया छिड़ के झूमता, ओह तुझ मुस्काए तुझ शर्माए, जैसे मेरा है खुदा झूमता। तू ही मेरी है बरकत, तू ही मेरी इबादत, और कुछ ना जानू बस इतना ही जानू, तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा मैं क्या करूं, तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा मैं क्या करूं, सजदे सर झुकता है यारा मैं क्या करूं, तुझ में रब दिखता है यारा मैं क्या करूं। रब ने बना दी जोड़ी
Thank you very much, Kirtana, for that amazing performance. It was truly mesmerizing. Now, our next speaker, Dr. S. Rangarajan, is a satellite industry veteran with more than 40 years of experience in successive leadership roles, both in public and the private sector. He held important executive positions in ISRO and has contributed significantly to system studies and design, satellite control, mission planning, and anomaly resolution. So please join me in welcoming Dr. S. Rangarajan.
At the outset, I bow with great reverence to Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the one man whose extraordinary vision sowed the seeds for such a magnificent and very successful Indian space program. We just celebrated his birth centenary, and he was responsible for anchoring our space program on solving the society's problems. This is what made our program so unique. I've been so fortunate to have spent several years on space applications, and education tops it all. Both space and education transcend all boundaries. The importance of education cannot be overstated. It levels the playing field, taking race, religion, and other aspects out of the picture. It is a means to raise yourself, your family, your community, and raise the standard of living. But the sad thing is that even now, there are crores of children who are out of school, and even those in school are yet to attain the kind of skills needed by the job market of the 21st century. This challenge has been analyzed exhaustively and documented by the National Education Policy released recently. It advocates quality education for all, starting all the way from early childhood. It emphasizes on conceptual understanding and laying a solid foundation for future learning. After all, unless you learn to read, you cannot read to learn. NEP lays out the correct methodology for learning in terms of combining several components like play-based, activity-based, or inquiry-based learning, not just focused on exams and grades. The NEP answers who should learn. Everyone. Everyone means don't leave out none. When to learn? You start right from the age of 3 and continue all the way lifelong. And then it answers questions like what to learn, that is concepts, and learning to learn, how to learn very flexibly and rote free, and where to learn, home, maybe Anganwadi, maybe school, actually everywhere. Equity and inclusion are repeatedly emphasized in the NEP, as is the only way we can reap the demographic dividend, the way where each and every young child of today is made capable and everyone contributes to the national economy. NEP 2020 envisages quality learning and equity with absolutely no one omitted, and especially for the unconnected ones where the learning is most needed. But if you look at the current state of learning, it's as usual a normal curve. You have a mean, you have the variance. You find that the objective should be to move the mean up, but all the more to reduce the variance so that almost everyone would have met the required quality. Now comes COVID and the closure of schools. In addition to the widening of this so-called bell curve, this has resulted in large lumps to be made at the lower part of the learning curve, where children go out of school or unable to continue their education. This, we may call it as a supplementary digital divide and needs to be answered immediately, because otherwise this can have a cascading effect. Can we hit both of these problems in a single shot? Can we turn this deep crisis into an opportunity? Yes. For that, let's first understand what is the learning process. Learning process involves basically the content. The content part of it is the learning material. Then there is a transfer process, which I'll call connectivity, where this is getting delivered to the student, the learner, in his device. And the third component is what I might call consumption, where the student, under guidance and hand-holding by the teacher, learns it. See, the whole process of learning consists of transfusing the basic concepts from those who have to all those who do not have. This transfer process requires the content, the connectivity, the consumption, and last but not the least, the feedback. This is what NEP calls the continuous assessment. And this loop should continue topic by topic, lesson by lesson, subject by subject, grade by grade, everywhere. That's the idea. In this talk, we focus on how the challenges inherent in our system and now getting amplified by the pandemic can be addressed by technology. Time and again, space technology has come to our rescue. I remember the days when I was in Bangalore, just beginning of 80s, when the television viewing was extremely limited. In fact, we used to get 3 days a week programs relayed from Chennai, 4 days from Mumbai. So much so at home, they were not even having continuous access to the daily serials. Today it's unthinkable. On the other hand, contrast with what we have, by creating a satellite-based digital television to home concept, event like US Open or IPL, which we are talking about, can be watched from the luxury of a 5-star hotel, as well as from a home in a slum where there may not be a roof, but there is a rooftop antenna. I must now talk that there is a wide belief that the technology for education is synonymous with provisioning broadband internet access. Internet access at the school, to the teachers and students. Maybe this is good for higher levels of education. But when it comes to this, the proponents keep telling that this is the way to go, and until this is reached, we have to go with only poorer alternatives. The confusion arises partly because the internet has a lot of contents and that is not requiring an internet connectivity. These two are different things. It is not that the internet access is the issue. In fact, they narrow it down all the way to saying that quality education access is equivalent to internet access, and a lot of resources are getting deployed in terms of allocating for building the broadband internet. When I want to counter this and say that for early education this may not be the right model, I almost feel like Galileo Galilei. When he was proposing the heliocentric model, everybody, including the church, was so much against him. So much so that when I was actually interacting with a lot of kids, even in the United States, young children were very well provisioned. They had, best of the devices, best of the connectivity at home and everywhere. And does it mean that this access would have automatically translated to their learning outcomes? Certainly not. In fact, I've interacted with several of them. There is much more wider variability than what we find in our country. This shows that just access may be necessary but not at all sufficient. So you have to look at it in a different context altogether. At lower classes, there is so much of commonality of what is to be understood, and the internet access does not correlate with the learning. If access to content were the only criteria for learning, I would think that in every community, it is the librarian who has to be the most knowledgeable because he has access to every book. However fast you can climb a ladder, you may not reach the destination if the ladder is on the wrong wall. So therefore, we are definitely tempted to look at the problem from the beginning. I would go back to Vikram Sarabhai, who laid down saying that any solution is sustainable only if it is demand driven. In our case, when we look at the needs, we have criteria like content must be offered but will be curated by educators, by the teachers and so on. It must be made available to everyone irrespective of their locations. Each of the students should have a gadget, but we are not talking about a gadget which has got back camera, side camera, front camera with high resolutions and all that are not required. They might sell it to you saying that, oh, this is very good for biology, you can go and take pictures of the garden. But that's not the way children learn. They want the best pictures to be sent to them, and the teacher or the guide or the mentor is going to walk them through that. And the final criteria would be the content should not have anything which is inappropriate. It should not have distractions and must be immediately available. There is no depth of good content actually. You have, in fact, too much of content, so much so that there is somebody who is more knowledgeable at the back end. The educators should sit back and find out, this is what I'm going to choose. There may be so many good things, but you can't eat all the best food. The mother says, today you eat barfi, tomorrow you eat jalebi. That kind of an approach is very correctly to be done from the central end. And this curated content should be then delivered directly, addressed to each student through without having to have a web link and downloading it. That is, you deliver instead of download, you have on-site without being online. Actually, satellite signal is inherently broadcast, and therefore this kind of delivery job of the contents to different people is easily done by the satellite. It's a postman's job, which is so effectively done by the satellite. Especially for students of the lower classes, it's important to feed just what is needed for them. Don't give them more than what is required because they get confused. And this must be done with the quality of content which is controlled from the sending end. So that means we push the content rather than asking each and every student to pull it. Because that means that there won't be uniformity when you pull it, whereas pushing gives you uniformity, it gives you no congestion, and that is the way to go, especially at early childhood level. Another thing I wanted to make sure is that traffic well suited for one of the communication components may not be the best for something else. Like for example, internet links are very important today in the COVID conditions when we are talking about working from home, for checking your emails, for social networking, etc. But for that they can go ahead with the latest of the technologies. You have Leo constellation which will come up very soon, and they will provide in every village internet connectivity. It's all very good. However, regular distribution of common needs of several students, and that is curriculum based. So the first lesson may be human body. It may be human body in Karnataka, it's human body in Punjab. So everyone wants at that time that particular lesson. And if you want such common content to be uniformly brought down, satellite gives you an excellent way of doing it. Only other question will be for the teachers, because the teacher variability, their skill level variation also could affect learning. So that again can be addressed by giving them just-in-time coaching and tips so that they conduct the classes well, and you also provide the required assessment along with the content which is getting delivered. Now the question is, do we have such a satellite here? What do you mean? I mean, India is the leader in terms of satellites, so I think we should find capacity. And off the hand, I was able to say that we can use the existing DTH channels because they provide you the capability to encapsulate data, IP streams. So you can send synchronous, asynchronous data. All these could be easily delivered via the same channel. For example, DD free dish is one of those concepts which is used in villages and so on. There is an auxiliary data carriage we can carry on that, and they don't have to pay even monthly charges and all that. This ensures that every part of the country will have identical quality contents, and that would not have any distractions for them because they are not connected to the web and all that, and there are no other issues which students using it from internet would face. In fact, the content which is downloaded like that can be locally stored. This local server will double up as a content library. You want them to read some books. So these books could be not as part of the curriculum, but helps them to learn and so on. And that kind of a material will be available for the children locally using their Wi-Fi and their devices. I would suggest the device would be a good device, the tablet, a very inexpensive tablet. Don't go for SIM cards, don't go for if you want the screen size and some reasonable memory, and that would be used for browsing the content, reading books and so on. So that is also possible to be done. And for the teacher, on the other hand, you can definitely do what's called scaffolding, so that if the teacher doesn't know one topic, at least on that day when he is going to teach, let's say, for example, fractions, you would just be told, okay, you concentrate on proper fractions, improper fractions, mixed numerals, why this should come, where is it on the number line, some clues which he can use it for that day. The students will be more attentively listening to him. So basically, India has given a lot of importance to education. There are a number of schemes like PM E-Vidya. You have Diksha in every language, and as many as 32 what they call Shyam DTH channels, which are all free, and they are lectures given by very eminent scholars from prestigious institutions. This content can be viewed live. Every day you get 5 or 6 hours of live content, and all the offline content can be archived. Only thing is, these are addressing the needs of higher education. They are all available on TV screens and so on, or YouTube videos. Whereas here we are looking at things which are more local. Even state governments are taking very important steps, like in Karnataka, for example, there's a scheme called Vidyagama. This is such a good scheme where the local teachers or volunteers gather the children around them, so that during the time of lockout, they would just be giving them some face-to-face lessons. How nice if we can combine Swayam with Vidyagama and create this kind of a terminal right where the teacher is sitting and talking to these children. There you keep this little server, I can call it as, now I'll call it again SITE, a satellite integrated terminal for education. New, it's on site, and this particular box would give them the kind of education which will be more uniform and which would be of higher quality, and that is something which certainly can be done. And if you do this with a central selection and with a local tutorship, initially it is done manually, and later on we'll gather the inputs and create something which is AI based, because this, which is again talked about in the NEP, we can definitely do. It will advance the learning mastery. It will create for the, there's something called learning poverty, which the World Bank talks about. We can eradicate that. In fact, I would think, just like the PM's Poshan Abhiyan, which is such a globally acclaimed scheme to address malnutrition and prevent physical stunting of children, the kind of schemes that we are talking about are really those which could give you prevention of mental stunting, proactively prevented, and that is something which we should certainly do. And satellite broadcast solution is immediately implementable, scalable, available everywhere. I don't know why we should even wait. We can now turn the current disruption of the schools, etc., to our advantage and effect the right systemic changes. India has shown the world the first educational satellite application. This is what I was referring to as SITE. The SITE expands to Satellite Instructional Television Experiment. That was way back in 1975. In mid-90s, what did we do? We created, when there was so much demand for traffic channels on the satellites, still we said education is our priority and created the one and only EduSat kind of concept where satellite channels were available for education. Now in the third innings, I would suggest we go on site where quality education is delivered in every doorstep in the country. All the children should be kept engaged, very well educated, without a break. This infrastructure is a long-term infrastructure, and therefore it will be always standing us in good state. And the right time to act is now, given COVID, given the NEP 2020. No more waiting for buying expensive gadgets by the poor people. No more waiting for broadband internet to reach your home. Let us do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rangarajan, for such a thought-provoking talk. Please head over to the live interaction. The link is in the description. Please use a new tab. as we welcome our next speaker. She is a portrait photographer, but these words don't do justice to her. Her photography is not merely about the subject, but rather the humanity. After completing her master's in journalism from the university at Hong Kong, her journey as a filmmaker began, and she believed she had the power to cause social change and speak for those who needed a voice. Her first documentary, Addicted Innocence, won the Best Documentary in the Chicago Film Festival. So without any further ado, let's welcome Sonali Devnani.
Hi, I'm Sonali Devnani and I'm a photographer. And as fancy as this title photographer sounds, it's actually not. It only gained respect a couple of years ago. Until then, you would always have those relatives who came to your parents when a child turned into a photographer and said, "What happened? Couldn't get another job that had to turn into photography?" Or they would say, didn't do very well in their exams that they had to become a photographer. But the one that I get the most is photographer. That's not even a real job. You just travel and probably even party much more. But I tell you something, there's a lot of effort that goes being behind a photographer. And you will see that in the images towards the middle of the talk. But until then, I would like to tell you more about myself. So instead of me talking and babbling, let's actually watch something and that will tell you who I am. Here it goes. This is me, born and raised in a bubble in Bombay. Bombay, that's what I still like to call it. As education, I did my bachelor's in commerce, almost forced to do it because I didn't get into the course of my choice. So commerce it was, because we all needed degrees in it. But yes, I was married at the age of 23. Ooh, and that to arranged marriage. I thought like many others, it's over before it began. Well, what was the purpose of life? At that time, I don't think I really knew what that question meant. But life went on. I moved to Hong Kong, and that's where my husband grew up. New city, new culture, language was such an issue. But I even learned how to speak Chinese. One daughter at the age of 25. Wow, I really did not know what it was to be a mother. My idea of staying up all night now changed from beer to milk bottles. And then came the other daughter too in a few years. But along with both these kids came my third child, my camera. It was definitely life-changing. I took this up to take photos of my kids, my friends' kids. You know how it is when you have a fancy camera. Family and friends always want you to be that free photographer. But little did I know, this hobby actually made me earn money. I got hired. I had a freelance job as an event photographer. Birthday parties, baby showers, I shot them all. But there was more I wanted. I missed India. I missed home a lot. Everything I never cared about in my country, India, now meant the world. And I embarked on a journey back to my roots. You know, they say when you stay away from someone or some place, the heart gets fonder. And exactly that happened with me. As a child, going to Europe and America or some foreign country was what a real vacation meant. But now I wanted to get to the bottom of what rural India meant because I felt there was a sense of real there. Here I was, 2 kids back at home with a super supportive husband and a family, and me and my youngest, my DSLR, exploring my home country. The hobby turned into a passion and then to a full-blown obsession. To me, photography was not just a career or a hobby. It was a form of soul-seeking. Just being behind the lens, I was slowly evolving. What I was seeing for all these years, it was changing. The world suddenly looked different. Photography drew me back to my country, India. I traveled extensively. And sometimes I went back to the same places again and again. Because according to me, if the photographer hasn't connected to the place and the people that belong there, they cannot show you or everyone else what they see in that little tiny screen that is behind the camera. Me being a city girl and always living in what we call a very fake society, I was discovering what real was. The common man that I shot represented real for me. I felt like I was in the wrong place all this while. As quoted by a very famous photographer, Ansel Adams, if the photographer is interested in the people in front of the lens and is compassionate about them, it's already a lot. The instrument is not the camera, it is the photographer. You could be walking around with the fanciest of cameras, with very heavy lenses, shooting and clicking everything you see. But if you're not connecting to your subject, the human element is missing. It's not a portrait. I went to the most gorgeous of places, beautiful landscapes. I could never shoot them. Why? Because I spent all my time connecting to the people that belong there. And that's when I realized I belong to the world of portrait photography. You know what? We live in a neighborhood, and all of you do. We see people all the time. We see street vendors. Milkmen come to our house. The dhobi or the washerman comes to our house every day. Did you ever ask him where he comes from? What are his struggles? I didn't do either until I went behind the lens. And that's what photography does. It makes you interested in people and their lives. And suddenly you're a storyteller. And that's what we are. And we are visually responsible for showing you their stories. And I promise you now, when my milkman and dhobi come home, they don't even want to see me because I ask them too much. Everyone has unique experiences to share. The sadhus in Varanasi, the camel herders in Pushkar Camel Fair, the nagas of the Kumbh. Everyone has a story to tell. Sometimes very funny experiences, while others can bring tears to your eyes. And that's what I wanted to show. I wanted to show their emotion to you while I was capturing them, and my emotion while I was capturing theirs. Gratitude, respect, empathy. I have earned all of this only because of photography. And I would actually like to show you some of my images that hold a special place in my heart and have a story to tell. So here goes the slideshow. I hope you enjoy.
The Children of Cambodia. I made this image in Siem Reap. I had done enough of the touristy stuff. Honestly, how many temples can you see in a day? And that's why I ventured to the local villages to understand their traditions, their culture. I took a lot of sweets and food items for the kids in the village. And while I was distributing them in the green fields, I heard someone crying. I ran towards the cries. I see two kids peeping out of a window in a haystack hut. They were alone. They couldn't come out. And they were crying for the sweets and candies. I captured this image. Those tears were like pearls gliding across those cheeks. I then handed out the sweets to them, and I wished to capture the next moment, which was them smiling. But they were too shy and they ran away. It's a very powerful image for me, and it made me feel like as adults, we always hide the pain. Do we even cry like these kids did? Pushkar Camel Fair, an annual event for me. But every single time I go there, there is something different that I'm able to capture. I believe don't capture the person, capture their soul. And the way to reach the soul is through their eyes. The eyes narrate their story. A slightly old woman here in this image, smoking the pipe or the chillam, as we call it in India. But her intense face and those wrinkles, they rightly describe the struggles she has been through. The Thorned Beauty, a remote village in Chhattisgarh. The simplicity of people wowed me. I, as the creator, hold the power to depict the reality. And we often use what's around for the viewer to sense the emotion. Thorned plants with hard-hitting shadows on her face. It immediately rendered the emotion for me. I wanted my audience to look deep inside the picture. It didn't have to be just about the light, the shadows, and the colors. It meant a lot more. Pushkar once again. The word need. It's a complex word. We keep talking about we need this and we need that. It could be a pair of shoes, clothes. Why do we say we need it? We actually just want it. The real meaning of need is when you see hungry kids crying. And it's a common sight in places like Pushkar. A packet of biscuits can lighten up these kids' eyes. It's pure joy to see it, but it's heartbreaking on the other side to capture these tears. Versatile culture country. We are so lucky to be Indian. Multifaceted culture we have for sure. This image is from what we call a Chhat Puja and is usually celebrated up in the north in states like UP and Bihar mostly. Those colors, the vermilion in this image, it defined what an Indian woman was. The hand expressed what the heart already knows. Portraits isn't only about capturing the face. The hands can tell you a lot about what the person and his life has been. The rough texture here depicted his struggle. Crumbs of food, money. I felt like I knew everything about him without even asking what he had experienced. The toothless smile. The chai stalls in India are the most fun places to hang out for photographers like us. You can spend hours watching and meeting new people who come in for a break and a quick cup of tea. This gentleman was doing the same. I think he was traveling, carrying a large bag. I asked him about his whereabouts and he was very happy to talk. I asked him to smile for my camera and he said no, he had no teeth left. He was 90 years old. And I said, laugh, you will look even better in the camera. It was a touching moment when you interact with the person and they respond so positively to you. Somehow he was no longer a stranger. You felt the connection right there.
We as photographers have a voyeuristic approach to photography. We search for situations, for subjects in the most realistic manner for you. But the question of depicting pitiful subjects, often those are the ones that gain most attention. We need to move from the politics of pity to the politics of dignity. Images of poverty where extreme sense of emotion is provoked are the ones that go to win awards. They are the most captivating of images. But we as photographers have to be responsible to bring a change and be ethical at the same moment. The famous image of Kevin Carter, very controversial, where a little famine-struck child in Sudan is crawling to the food station with a vulture eyeing her just inches away. He captured that moment. But he was very honest about it and he said that he shooed away the vulture, but he did not carry the child to the food station. That image even won the Pulitzer Award. Just months after that, Kevin Carter committed suicide and he said he was haunted by the images in Sudan. For images that convey the emotion to you, along with the moment of humanity in them, we need to understand. Along with being good photographers, we need to be good human beings first.
The impossible journey is the one you never begin. The social aspect of my photography grew. I went back to university to study my master's in journalism because now there was no stopping. Why show poverty or such issues that are existent in my country that according to people give it a bad name? But I argued that people don't wish to see difficult situations. They turn away. They don't help. I was portraying all of this only to make a change. 50% of India's population is under 25. With the growing number of drug addict children in our country, the future looked bleak. My first documentary, Addicted Innocence, is based on drug addicted children in Delhi. Shooting in unsafe conditions, convincing drug addict teens to allow me to shoot. And the pain of seeing them go through it was a part of this new journey. My film won the Best Documentary Award in the Chicago South Asian Film Festival, and shortly after, a dream came true. A charity organization who watched my film vowed to help me make a difference and have raised $85,000 for this drug rehab center. I had achieved what I worked for. Here is the trailer of the film.
चार पाँच महीने हो गए नशा कर करके पूरा फेफड़ा पिघल गया था पूरा तो थोड़ा खून बढ़ रहा है
नशा ऐसी चीज़ थी कि क्राइम करवाते गई, कभी पटरी के ऊपर चढ़ के कभी फ़ोन छीनता था, किसी का पर्स फाड़ देता था। नशे से ना मेरी शादी हो गई है, नशे के पीछे पड़ गया मैं।
So it doesn't matter if it's photography or if it's something else that you believe in. Only if you love what you do will the world love what you do. So keep going at what you are passionate about, and there's never a right age to start it. Good luck to everyone and see you around.
Thank you, Sonali, for that mesmerizing talk. Now, you guys can head on over to the live stream to get a chance to interact with her. here is a product design manager at Swiggy. In fact, Swiggy is just one of the many well-known startups that he has worked with. An engineering alumnus of the prestigious IIT Madras, he chose to forge his own path by choosing to excel and making a career in digital experience designing. He has his own YouTube channel and has delivered more than 50 talks at various places. So please join me in welcoming Saptarshi Prakash.
When I was in college, I watched this movie, The Butterfly Effect. It's a science fiction thriller that constantly keeps you at the edge, and the ending is left to viewers' interpretation. The movie is based on a very popular hypothetical situation called the butterfly effect, which illustrates how an initial small difference can result in massive consequences in the future. It comes from the analogy that even the feeble flap of the wings of a butterfly at one place can trigger a series of atmospheric events, which in turn may lead into a tornado in a place far away. Interesting, isn't it? It's actually part of a much broader concept in mathematics called the chaos theory, which has tons of research papers written on it. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. What amuses me more are those little things. You know, those little triggers like the flap of that wing of a butterfly, which has the potential to drive massive results over time. When the concept was presented to me as a movie, I found it new and mind-blowing. I enjoyed every bit of it. But later, when I gave it a little more thought, I realized that the world is full of such examples. History is full of such examples. And in fact, our daily lives are full of such examples. You know, the little things that you do, the tiny habits that you form, the small decisions that you take, can have massive results on our lives. Given a choice, we all would want to play these small things in the best possible way, so as to reap the maximum benefits for the future, right? But often we do not realize which of these would be a trigger for the future. But at times we even know what they are. And at times we may hit the spot just by sheer dint of luck. It can be about instant gains as well. For instance, I started mentoring people on a daily basis a few months back, when the COVID lockdown had started. I use a scheduler tool where people can browse the empty slots on my calendar, click and directly book a call with me. So the first 1 or 2 months were very smooth. I would get on a call, speak to them, and all went nice. But after that, I observed a pattern. I saw that every week, there would be at least 2 or 3 cases where the mentee wouldn't turn up for the call even though it is scheduled on their calendar. A little bit of retrospection led me into knowing that the tool that I was using, the scheduler, it has by default let the users book slots on my calendar for a duration of 2 months in advance. And since the slots were really getting filled fast, when anyone came to that scheduler page, they would at best find a vacant slot which was 2 months away. So which means by the time their date arrived, of the date of the appointment, the very reason why they wanted to get on a call with me probably would not be valid anymore. And hence, the no-shows were happening. Once I figured this out, the solution was simple. I went to the settings and I changed it so that people could book a slot with me only up to 1 month in advance and not 2. After that, the number of no-shows has considerably reduced. Of course, there are a few genuine cases, but it's certainly not a pattern anymore. Now it may seem like a very small and trivial thing, but imagine this happening every week. It does affect you. And by doing that small thing to fix it, saved me a lot of mental space. At times, this impact can be seen over a large number of people, say the population of an entire country as well. A few years back, there was a widespread nutritional deficiency in Cambodia where more than 50% of the people were affected with certain kind of anemia. The pregnant women, especially living in the rural areas, were the worst hit. There were increased number of cases of premature labor with newborn babies born with underdeveloped brains. Now this was a big problem. And all these even led to a GDP loss of over $70 billion every year. The authorities found out that it was happening due to the deficiency of iron in their diet, and one simple yet effective solution was to use cast iron utensils, cookware made of cast iron. When food was cooked on these, the utensils would release a certain amount of iron into the food, which would take care of a significant part of the recommended iron an individual would need. But here was the problem. The solution was not very feasible because changing all the cookware at somebody's house is an expensive affair, especially for people living in the rural areas. So the authorities figured out a cheaper alternative. They instructed everyone to drop a small piece of cast iron into the vessel while cooking their food. A small cast iron disc or something like that. Now this would have the same effect as cooking food in cast iron utensils. Simple, right? Smart. But the only problem was nobody did it. Because no one really understood the significance of this seemingly unwanted step into their cooking process, so they conveniently ignored it. Now this brought the authorities back to their drawing boards because it was a big problem and they had to solve it. And this time, they again came back with a suggestion. Another piece of cast iron, but this time the shape of it was that of a fish instead of a disc. And they also gave it a name, the lucky iron fish. Guess what? It became so popular overnight that everyone wanted to have the lucky iron fish with them. I mean, come on, who wouldn't want a bit of luck into every meal that they eat? So was there anything lucky about that fish? Not really. Yet it worked like a charm by convincing everyone to introduce a seemingly unwanted step into their process of cooking. Later, it was discovered that iron deficiency was not the primary cause of the anemia that was rampant in Cambodia, and our lucky iron fish could only supplement the dietary iron. So it didn't completely wipe out anemia, but yet it's amazing how that small idea could change the behavior of a large number of population, just like that. Speaking of behavior, there are also instances in the history where people have gone above and beyond to build a behavior. After World War II, many Western companies were flourishing in Japan. Everyone wanted to introduce their products in Japan and they were doing really well. But Nestle, as a company, was struggling with its flagship product, coffee. They seemingly built a wonderful product, priced it well, and did everything else right that was needed. Yet the sales were simply not picking up. No amount of promotions or marketing or advertisement helped because people were still not buying coffee. That's when Nestle as a company decided to do a stimulus experiment with the people of Japan. The result of the experiment revealed that the Japanese people didn't have any association or memory or emotions associated with the coffee drink. Why? Because Japan as a country prefers to have tea and they have been doing it for thousands of years. Coffee is a recent foreign phenomenon and not everyone is quite acquainted with that. So no matter how much they tried, they were not able to build an association with coffee. Also, it had a burning smell and taste which didn't really invoke a positive feeling in their minds. So here's what Nestle did. They planted a very small seed into the minds of an entire generation. As a long-term strategy, they started manufacturing coffee-flavored candies. Yeah, candies. And they started marketing them to the children in Japan. So that the children already get acquainted to the taste of coffee because they were having those candies and also associate pleasant memories with it. So that when they grow up and start consuming beverages, coffee would be a natural choice for them. And guess what? It worked. Today, the Japanese love their coffee as much as they love their tea, and it wouldn't have been possible if that small seed wasn't planted into the minds of one of the generations. It's a perfect example of catch them while they are still young. It amazes me and amazes me even more as a designer because that's what I do. I build behaviors with the experiences that I design, and at times things can happen in the most unexpected but pleasant way. Well, speaking of design, I'm sure you must have heard of stories which says that by changing the color of a button on your website, you can increase the sales by multifold or something like that. I've heard them too, but honestly, I do not know how true they are. But I personally have experienced similar instances in my career as well. I work for a food tech company. We have an app using which people can order food from restaurants nearby. Hyperlocal services, essentially. A few months back, we observed a pattern, a problem actually. There were many requests of orders for cancellations because people had placed order at wrong locations, at wrong addresses by mistake. And needless to say, cancellation of orders cost us money as an organization. For any hyperlocal services, the delivery address is one of the most important things because that decides a lot of other things, like what are the restaurants that you will see when you open, because not every restaurant is serviceable everywhere. It depends on the delivery address that you choose. And that is why, even in our UI, the delivery address is right there at the top of the page in a very prominent spot so that the user sees it the first when they land into the page. But that's not how the users think. When users come to our app, they're usually hungry. And the thing that they have in their mind is food and not address. And rightly so. Hence, they were not seeing the address even though it was in one of the most prominent places right at the top because they never bothered thinking about that. While GPS does a good job at finding the location, but it's still not perfect, especially in indoor conditions. And most of our users would be using the app while they're indoors. So maybe all the cancellation requests that we were receiving were probably cases where the GPS couldn't find the location of the user. Possible. We do have an algorithm which predicts the location of the user in case there are no signals from GPS, but let's admit it. No matter how good an algorithm is, it can never completely understand what is in the minds of the user. So the problem narrowed down to how do we direct the attention of the user towards the address, even if it's for a very short time, so that they can go and correct it in case it's wrong. Here's where we have introduced a very small thing. We started showing the address right in the splash screen. That is the moment you tap on the app icon. And after that, we have an animation, a follow me animation that would guide the eyes of the user towards where the address finally goes and sits at the top, so that in case they want to, they can always tap and go and change it in case the address that is automatically fetched is wrong. We are yet to know the results of the feature that we have shipped, but the initial results are very promising. We often reach a stage where life gives us choices which seem equally good. I was in that position 6 years back. I was a student in an engineering college and I had job offers from 2 companies in hand. 2 very different companies but equally promising offers. I was sitting in front of the placement portal. I was just 1 click away from triggering the future that I am in today. I looked at them, said my prayers, and accepted one. At times I still sit and think, what would have happened if I had clicked the other button or if I had accepted the other company? Maybe I would never know what working for a large multinational company means. Maybe I would never realize that working at the Indian back office of an American company isn't really my cup of tea. Maybe I would never meet the lady who's my wife today. Or maybe I would never gather the courage to switch my career to design, and that too at a startup. Or maybe I wouldn't be speaking in front of you guys today in this platform. Small things are powerful, extremely powerful. So next time in your life, when you encounter a situation that makes you feel that this could be a trigger, think of this talk maybe. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Saptarshi. That was a mesmerizing talk. Please head over to the live interaction. The link is in the description. Please use a new tab. speaker, Anand Malligavad. He's a lake conservationist and has rejuvenated 7 lakes in the last 3 years within the limited span of time and resources. He was appalled by the unplanned growth and the enormous pressure on natural resources, leading to so many deaths of lakes in and around Bangalore. He's leading the charge against land mafias and changing mindsets among others. His inspirational work has been recognized by international media. His mission is to rejuvenate at least 25% of the lake in Bangalore by the year 2025 and help this city become a drought-free city and avoid yet another Cape Town.
Bangalore is one of the fastest growing city in the world today, and various part of the country people stay here, various variety of people stay here. Here biggest crisis is that drinking water, the best quality drinking water, and Bangalore is the lake city. Today most of the lakes, like out of 1800 lakes, left out is about 240. Out of 240, 80 to 90 lakes are in a little bit better condition. So we are in very pathetic condition, and we thought that we have abundant water in Bangalore, because 1996 when I seen Bangalore, every house had one well. Of just 15-20 feet, we used to get a best quality potable water in the Bangalore. And the city started growing up, right? Buildings started rising, then underground water started growing down. So this is the phenomena, and major problem for this is our attitude, our negligence towards the water bodies. That way in 2016 I decided to take up lake along with my job, and since before getting into lake revival journey, I got into researching of lakes and understanding phenomena of different lakes of Bangalore, and I started visiting about hundreds of lakes across the city, like urban lakes, semi-urban lakes, rural lakes. I try to understand. Being a mechanical guy, I did not know much about ecology and biodiversity. I started learning from Google, I started learning from YouTube videos, and visiting lot of villagers, understanding their decades of phenomena, like meeting people, and all these research I did about 1 year's time. Then later on I come to conclusion that yes, we can do revival of the lake, not a very modern way. We should do it an ancient way. See, because these lakes are here thousands of years, they are going to be here thousands of years. I am the guy who come in between and go. So we are just in a transit. So if these lakes has to sustain, this lakes has to be taking its own course. So then I thought of rejuvenating it a ancient way, ecological way, so that these lakes can take care of their own self, not with a human interference. That way I started working on designing and detailed project reporting. Then I understood that over a period of time, like about 30 acres of lake will be required about 15 to 16 crores, and will be required about 1 to 2 years time to rejuvenate the lake. Since being an employee, I don't think I can spend so much of time, I can't take so much of leave, and I don't think I can raise such a huge funds. So then I started working on how to do it in a ecological way and ancient way, with a less time, less cost, and so that anybody can replicate. So that way, with a common sense, we started working on this project. It took about years to gather time to me. Finally, I decided which lake I should choose. So that way, instead of going in a stranger area, new area, maybe people may not believe and they cannot, like authorities may not support for me. That way, where I was working, and I used to drive every day one lake bed, to reach my office. Then that is a lake of 36 acre Kalisnali lake. Then one day I stopped and I started observing this lake, and I understood that with the villagers this is a 36 acre lake, and I decided to take up this lake. But so many people told me that first you take 4 acres, then go for 6 acres, then 10 acres, then 20 acres. It's like that slowly then you take up this lake. I thought that no, not like that. Let's take bigger lake only, less cost, less time, ecological way. Let us develop this. That way journey is started from 2016. 2017 January onwards, I also spoken with government authorities. I attended one of the seminar called Bring Back the Lake of Bangalore. So in that situation, I understood how government authorities, how other NGOs, how other bigger stakeholders are rejuvenating the lake. So what are the systems they follow? Then what are the activities they take up? So I learned that also. I learned ancient and other things also. I come to one mean line that less cost, less time, ecological way. Then I started looking for the funding. Since I was working with one of the corporate company last 15 years, Sansera Engineering Limited, my company, I went and discussed with my management that, so can we take up this lake? Can we revive this lake? So they said 1 crore I can give you. Then I started working and I took approval. Then I approached authorities. I got certain approvals from the local authorities. Then after that, I well planned in such a way that instead of I am doing the lake, let me involve villagers and surrounding community. Then I had a friendship with about 5-6 people. I took them. I visited about 450 houses in the particular Kalisnalli village, from kids to middle age to old age. Everybody I approached. I told them that this is the lake I wanted to do, and this is how I wanted to do, and this is what my dream. I don't want money or any support or anything. Just I need your backup, and you stand with me. And also I told them, this lake I can rejuvenate and go off. End of the day, this lake to sustain, we need your support. That way, April 20th, 2017, government also surveyed and fixed a boundary and given it to us. Then with the 4 earth movers, around 4 trucks, 1 JCB, about 5 labours, we started our journey of rejuvenating the lake. I removed about 4,60,000 cubic meter of mud from this lake. I created 5 islands for the birds, and I created about all around bunds of about 2.5 kilometers, so that all the encroachments and other things, I did not use any fencing or any modern material. These bunds I put it across the farmers' land so that they will not encroach. Then by June 5th, World Environment Day, I could able to complete entire this lake rejuvenation, and this is become about from 5 feet water to about 15 to 20 feet water body it has become. And also 5th World Environment Day, with the 1,500 volunteers, with the help of one of the NGO, we planted about 5,600 samplings in just 1.5 hour time. So all these people from city, they came and involved in a plantation drive. They did not plant and just go away from here. They just took a photograph. They spread in a social media. They started talking to so many their contacts that this lake is rejuvenated in 45 days. And we have planted 1,500 people, like 5,600 saplings in only just 1.5 hour. So that way this matter is spread over a period of time. Lot of like a print media, like a social media, like all electronic media, and they started covering the story of they mentioned that incredible lake of Kalisnalli. Man leads to create a lake in the village. So this story went on spreading across the thing, and only fear was that there were no rain that year, and the entire lake was dry. I was in high pressure that in July 29th again we planted about one of the Miyawaki forest, which is a Japanese cultured method, and there were no water for the 18,000 saplings by July. So August 15th we flag hoisted in this lake, that first freedom lake of Bangalore, by clearing all the encroachment with the 33 encroachers. We told them that this is the lake it was, and now we have changed it to this, and whatever encroached land, if you leave it to us, so that we can plant fruit trees and it will be the best ecology and biodiversity. They took lot of time to realize and understand and come to conclusion, but finally I could able to convince them and clear about 12 acres of encroachment in this lake. And end of the day, August 15th, I brought 300 kids from various schools, and we have flag hoisted that first freedom lake of Bangalore. Again it went viral, and people started again appreciating the clearing of encroachment, which authorities are struggling today. And with the police protection, law and order, they could not able to clear encroachment because lot of huge problems are they are facing. So that way, September first week in the history of Bangalore, with the nature grace, there were no single drop of water. In fact, all the inlets has been dug up kilometers together. We tried to bring in all the catchment water here. So September 11th, about 1,000 or about huge rain entered into the Bangalore, and it is entire Bangalore started flooding. Like authorities, they were giving milk packets and food packets to people, but in the lake with the about 500-600 villagers, I was rocking and dancing here because my lake got started filling up the water. 9.5 days to 10 days, I could able to get about 4,60,000 cubic meter of water in the lake, and it is filled up full of its capacity. So this is how this lake journey is started and ended up with a very happy moment that this lake is full of water, and I had a lot of hopes, and also it is connected spiritually to the surrounding villagers. They started thinking in a spiritual, like if we work on 5 elements, they definitely, with they bless us. That journey started. Then a lot of people started approaching me that why don't you take up other lakes. So I was not interested, and because it is not easy to rejuvenate the lake, and a lot of builders mafia by that time, encroachers threatening, and a lot of people they started creating problem and funds problem, like lot many issues I was facing. That I thought, okay, being consumer of this planet, whatever air, water, food I have consumed, so I have given back enough, like that I thought. But end of the day, people all around villagers, they started joining me that we are with you, we will support you, and please continue your journey, because whatever you have done, it is a phenomenal job which helped surrounding us, because lot of wells, bore wells started getting recharged, and people started fresh their agriculture life. Then they started growing flowers, fruits, and other thing. So end of the day, again corporates also, they started reaching to me that we want to rejuvenate one particular lake, like that. I did not had a wider spectrum of rejuvenating lake in a stream wise and other thing, but end of the day I thought this Kalisnalli lake upper catchment is Vapsandra lake, which is about 9 acres lake, and I thought of rejuvenating that lake, because this lake I rejuvenated, entire thing is good now, but tomorrow if they need dirt water from that lake, it overflows to this lake, then end of the day this lake will also get spoiled. So that way, once I did 45 days, less than 95 lakhs and cleared encroachment, people also started talking, like it is a magical way is done, one lake it is done, it cannot be done everywhere, like that. Even Vabasandra lake, 9 acres, with the help of one of the IT corporate, we could able to rejuvenate in a same less than about 50-60 days and less than 1 crore. We have done a best ecological lake there also. So then journey started one by one. Now 2020, I could able to rejuvenate about more than 9 lakes, and 21 lakh cubic meter water holding capacity has been created. I brought with the inspiring people, corporates and all. So today we have got about say 180 acres of barren land, and the worst place where there was no single drop of water, we have converted into best habitat. See, it is become now natural habitat. Like we have developed in such a way that aquatic life and flora and fauna all around, and we have about 115 species of like fruits, medicinal plants and flowering plants we have planted. We have about 66 variety of birds roaming around our lakes. We have from ½ inch to 3 feet 15 kg fishes available in our lakes, and all the villagers also we have put a lot of wetlands like grassland, traditional forest, as well as Miyawaki forest we have created in all the lakes. So entire this success story is started creating ripple effects in myself and others also. So whole idea now is like by 2025 I started dreaming of rejuvenating 45 lakes in Bangalore, and I started working with a lake revivers collective, Save India, one lake at a time with this concept. 21 cities will going to be zero water by 2020. We started also creating awareness and less cost ecological way how we can revive the lake. This journey started. Now I also started training programs like workshops like a lake rejuvenation and a law behind lakes, science behind lakes, like ecological way how we can restore the lake and less cost, less time. What are the tools we can apply? we started, workshops, training programs, lot many things, so that not only I am rejuvenating the lake. See, like in Karnataka itself, we have about 36,000 change lakes which are registered lakes. And across the country, if you check, in close together lakes are there. One lake, 10 lake cannot bring huge change, and one man like me cannot change so many lakes. So we started inspiring youth, middle-aged, corporates, NGOs, as well as authorities that we should rejuvenate the lake in an ecological way, so that we can have a surplus water in my nation. So that way, so this journey continues not only for the country like India, state like Karnataka, like city like Bangalore, across the planet. We should work on such a ecological way, say that we can have a surplus water in the planet. So now other lot of countries, I am in touch with lot of many peoples, and they also, we exchange knowledge each other. Like like each lake is different phenomena based on the soil condition, weather pattern, and the kind of flora fauna, and the way city developed or the way agriculture developed. So like every lake is challenging, every area is very complicated. Even I am upgrading myself, I am also sharing my experience with people. So this is how lake journey started. And end of the day, what I am trying to tell is, our environment and economy should go hand in hand. It should not be imbalanced. See, whatever economy we see, whatever GDP we see, it is a reflection of environment in the mirror. So if it is imbalanced, same ugly thing will transfer here. So today, if you see this phenomena of across the planet, we started destroying forest, water bodies, ecology and biodiversity. End of the day, because of our more greed and other thing, and we spoiled everything, and we lived responsibly. One small micron level, less than micron level, when coronavirus shook the entire planet, they put us into home, and it created like a entire 730 crore people are become patients today. So let's not give opportunity to restore its own by the environment. We should live responsibly. We should also, like 84 crore species people, out of that humans also, we should live coexistence, and we should live in a harmony. And if we take care of environment, that is a better way than leaving it in an environment hand to, or nature hands to restore it back. So I am a lake conservationist. I become now. From a corporate life, I shifted to completely like a environmentalist as a lake conservationist. How about you? So are you joining with me? Are you are you starting your own journey? Not only lake restoration, anything we should do. We should not live here and just go off like a stranger. We should leave something for our next generation and go. That is the whole idea. My idea is, I am working with water and forest and wildlife. How about you? Please support, please join the journey. Let's all create a best place.
Wow, Anand, that was a very informative talk. I am very sure people are filled with questions. So dear audience, head to the discussion stream to interact with Anand. The link to the stream is in the description below. See you right here in 15 minutes. The event has almost come to an end, but how can we conclude without thanking all those people who have immensely supported us? To do the same, I request our co-organizer, Sai Ritvik, who always puts the team together, to propose the vote of thanks and formally conclude the event.
After 7 amazing talks, the event has finally come to an end. I am Sai Ritvik, the co-organizer of TEDxIIITBangalore Bangalore, and I would like to take this opportunity to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire team. TED's mission statement says, spreading ideas. The goal is to inspire millions across the world for sharing their ideas. These revolutionary ideas one day would change the way we look at things. I would like to thank them for providing us such a wonderful platform to share ideas. Thanks to our sponsors, Shutterstock and MailChimp for providing us with logistic assistance. A special thanks to our director, Dr. S. Sadagopan, for always having our back, Professor D.V. Jagdish, CEO Outreach, and Swati ma'am for encouraging us to conduct the event virtually amidst COVID-19 pandemic. They have guided us throughout the years by giving us functional independence and allowing it to be a fully student-run community. I would like to thank the finance team who helped us make sure that the budget was never an issue. Thanks to our wonderful audience who showed up today for the event. We hope you had a great evening watching this event at your home with your family and friends. Thanks to all the students of TEDxIIIT Bangalore for extending their support by always being available whenever we needed an extra hand. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank each and every one of our speakers from the bottom of my heart. The amount of effort they have put into delivering the talk cannot be ignored. The way they went the extra mile in not just creating the content but also recording the talks. I would like to thank them for the patience with us and for retaking the talks to accommodate our comments. I would like to thank the entire speaker curation team, Agam, Aparna, Janvi and Vijay, who held up wonderful speakers in curating their amazing talks. I would love to especially mention the amazing efforts put in by Aparna Nair. Even though she has graduated from our college, she was really an important part of the team and contributed heavily in making this event great. Our design team needs a special mention. Despite being a 2-member team, they churned out great designs and took in our half-mature ideas and converted them to reality. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Nandakishore. The event would not have been this smooth in execution if it wasn't for my backstage heroes, the logistics team, Revant, Shehit and Utkarsh. They stepped up to the challenge of the virtual event and ensured that the live discussion and sessions took place without a hitch. They are also the reason for the contest that many of you enjoyed taking part in. And event is made great by the audience that attends it. And today, you're all sitting here watching this solely due to the work by our marketing team. Nikita, Neelab and Pranav, I thank you for all the effort you put into social media and outreach campaigns throughout the journey. Shout out to Sayakash for making the amazing website, Arushi for being such a wonderful host, Rachna K for helping us curate the content for the host, and Kirtana for the amazing performance. Mansa Kashyap, my co-organizer, deserves all the appreciation I can find for being an amazing partner and helping me organize this event. Going virtual created its own set of challenges which I could not have solved without her support. Even though I joined the team almost a semester later, she helped me bring up to speed with everything and was always welcoming. Tejas Kotha and Shes Gupta are the reason for the event today. They founded TEDxIIIT Bangalore and I cannot thank them enough for it. The growth of the event is solely credited to their enthusiasm and their amazing ideas. They always supported the team whenever there was a roadblock. The valuable suggestions and guidance is one of the major factors for the event success today. Being a part of the community has taught me many things. But the best part has been the sheer enthusiasm and commitment of the whole team in working towards the event today. I'm honored to have worked with you all, wonderful people, and hope that in the coming iteration of TEDxIIIT Bangalore, they just get better. I hope that my experience will help in mentoring the juniors and they'll also follow the same and they'll also have the same fun as much as I did. Thank you. I'm signing off.
This is the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter of experience, experimentation, and exploration. As the quote rightfully points out, we believe that the end of this event would mark the beginning of many fruitful discussions. This event would not have been successful if not for you, our lovely audience. Once again, we wholeheartedly thank you for attending and engaging in the event and supporting us. We hope to see you in our next iteration as well, in person if I'm being so bold.